We used to have a... Yeah, I'm going to there.
Good, yeah. Oh, you're on top of it, Greg? And Mark, I guess. Well, remember the numbers. What? 146, 168.
Okay. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan chvi ben nav, chvin ben yom uven laila. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, she'asani k'tzilma. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, she'asani ben Hanin. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, she'asani Yisrael. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, pakeach ivrim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, malbish avimim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, matir asurim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, zakef kefufim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, halakei haaretz al hamoyim. Baruch atah Adonai melech haolam, shashali kotzotki. Baruch atah Adonai melech haolam, asher achin mitzarei gover. Baruch atah Adonai melech haolam, otei Yisrael b'gvura. Baruch atah Adonai melech haolam, otei Yisrael b'tifara. Baruch atah Adonai melech haolam, hanoten haya et koach. Baruch atah Adonai melech haolam, hamavir shneimeni. Shneimeni t'mei papa pai v'hiva somne von der Chador lahenu v'lehavatenu. Shetagleinu b'tornechtecha v'takein b'mitzvotecha v'alti v'i v'lo lidi haita v'lo lidi avada avon v'lo lidi nistan v'lo lidi v'ziyon v'al tashlet bonu yatzad hara v'harchikim mi'adim v'mechavara v'zikru b'yatzato v'masim tovim v'kofet tzorenu l'shtachabed l'achach إن هيام بحول يوم لخيام لخيسر رحمين بينين وبينين كرعينو بتمنين حسن طبيم بلوخة أذناي كنا حسن طبيم لم أمو يسوع. אבל אנחנו עם חוב בני בריתנו, בני אברהם ואבותינו, שתנו לבענו המזק יצחק יחידו ישכנקו על גל המזבח, עדת יעקב בנך בכורך, שמעט אותך, שאהבת אותו, משמחתך, שמחת בו, וקראת את שמו, ישראל וישרון. לפיכך אנחנו חייבים להודות לכל לשבח, לפרח, לברך, ולקדש, לתת לשם שבח והודיה לשמך. שמע ישראל אדוני אלוהינו אדוני אחד ברוך שם כבוד מלכותו לעולם ועד. We're going to turn now to page 152. Baruch atah Adonai melech haolam, asher kitshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu la'asok b'divrei Torah, v'alav Adonai laheinu et divrei Toratecha, b'fiinu b'fi amecha b'et Yisrael, v'niyeh anachnu v'tzei tza'enu, v'tzei tza'ei amecha b'et Yisrael, kulanu yodei shemecha, v'lamdei Torah l'shema, Baruch atah Adonai. המלמד תורה לעמו ישראל, ברוך אתה אדוני מלך העולם, אשר בחרבון מכל העמים ונתן לנו תורתו, ברוך אתה אדוני, נותן התורה, וברך אדם בשמך יונה פניו אליך וייחודך לשלום פניו אליך, וישם לך שלום. אלה דברים שאין להם שיעור, הפיה, הפלוקים, והמעון, והגמילות חסידים, ותלמוד תורה. And we'll skip now to the next page for the Kaddish. 168. Yeah, but we can't do the Kaddish because we don't have enough people.
We don't know. Yeah, we can go back and ask Jason.
Well, we're 168.
Yes. Hayom Yom Shabbat, Kodesh Baruch Hu Yom Lavim Omrim B'Beit HaMikdash מזמור ליום השבת, טוב להודות לאדוני, ולזמר לשמך עליון, להגיד בבוקר חסדך, ואמונתך בלילות, על סוף, על נבד, על היגיון בחינה, כי שמחתני יד בפועלך, במעשה ידיך ארני, מה גדלו מעשה אדוני, מאוד עמקו מחשבותיך, איש פועל לא ידע, וכיסא לא יבין את זאת, בפרדך ושעים כמו שם ואשב, ויוצצו כל פועלי אבן, ישובדם עדי עד, ותאמרם לעולם אדוני. I think we're going now to 172 is the Myrtle? Oh, 174 is the okay. מזמור חנוכת הבית לדוד, אנא ממך אדוני, כי לידידני, ולא שמחתני אויב לי, אדוני אלוהי שבטוב אליך, ותרפאני, אדוני עלת משול נפשי, חייתני מידי בול, זמרו לאדוני חסידיו, והודו לזכר קודשו. The light here is bad. I'm all in shadows. No, I mean, the shadows going over the words. I'm going from the sunlight to shadows. We don't have enough to do the Kaddish. Oh, never mind, I'm gone.
Shabbat Shalom. I was trying to be in phone touch with Dan and leaving some messages and texting, and I'm so glad that I think probably, did the message get through? Oh, I didn't know that, so it's good for me to know in the future. Well, maybe we'll talk about that. At any rate, Moshe, thank you so much. Thank you so much for beginning our services. And in the future, sometimes there are, I start my day at 6:15 here, but sometimes there are just delays beyond my control, checking out and packing and elevators and stuff that you can't even think of. So if I'm not here at any time in the future, please go ahead. Whoever, English, Hebrew, doesn't matter. Work your way towards the Baruch Hu, and then we'll follow through. Fortunately, we didn't have anything like that on high holidays. But thank you so much, Moshe. So we're on page 176. Okay, I am going to, I will lead the mourner's Kaddish then. We don't always do this one though, do we? But I'm going to anyway. Those who are in mourning, it's traditional to have a Kaddish at this point. Yitkadal v'yitkadash Shemei Rabbah. Be'alma divra chirutei v'yamlich malchutei. B'chayechon u'v'yomechon u'v'chayei dechol Beit Yisrael ba'agala u'v'zman kariv v'imru amen. Yehi Shmei Rabbah mevorach leolam u'lemei almaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpo'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh. V'yitadar v'yit'aleh v'yithalal shemei dekudesha brichu. Le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata. Tush b'chata v'nechemata. Damiran ve'alma v'imru amen. Yehi shlam Rabbah min shemaya. V'chayim aleinu v'yal kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Oseh shalom b'imromav. Hu ya'aseh shalom. Aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. And at this time, I'm going to take rabbinic liberty and discretion to move us dramatically ahead. Because I also am concerned about just sort of the bigger picture for those of our viewing audience who maybe have a shorter time at home and etc. And also there is the aspect that because of the format of morning services online here, we don't want to make them inordinately long. So I'm going to jump ahead to the Baruch Hu, page 224. Counting our minyan online, thank you for whoever is watching. We are going to face our eastern wall. Baruch Hu et Adonai hamvorach. Baruch Adonai Borach Leolam Vaed. Baruch Adonai Borach Leolam Vaed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam yotzer or v'rei choshech osei shalom uvorei et hakol. And please be seated. We'll continue now on page 226. Hakol Yudu Chavakol Yishabakol. At the bottom of 226, Ein kerkecha vein zulatecha efes biltecha umidome lach. Ein kerkecha Adonai Eloheinu ba'olam hazeh vein zulatcha malkeinu lechayei ha'olam haba. Efes biltecha g'oleinu limot hamashiach vein dome lecha moshienu litchiyat hametim. Eladon is a beautiful piyut. It's an alphabetical acrostic. By having mentioned it now under this, what we call Sha'at HaDachak, a rushed hour, we are hopefully going to claim divine credit for having done it, and then move ahead to page 230. Tidbarach Tzurenu Malkeinu V'Goaleinu B'Yom Borei Kedushim. We're on page 234. Four lines down. Kulam Ahuvim, Kulam Berurim, Kulam Giborim, V'Kulam Osim Be'ima V'Rarotzon Konam, V'Kulam Podchim Epiam B'Kedusha V'Torah, V'Shira V'Simcha, V'Varchim V'Shavachim, Ufarim maritzim umakdishim umamlichim et shema el melech hagadol hagibor v'hanora kadosh hu v'cholam makablim aleim malchut shamayim ze mizeh v'notnim reshut ze leze lakdish otzram v'nachat ruach v'tzava v'ra v'nima kedusha kulam ke'echad onim v'yomrim b'yirah kadosh 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 Adonai tzvaot melech haaretz kavodo. ואהובני בחיות הקודש ברעש גדול, מתנסים למצרפים, למתם משבחים ואומרים, ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו. Page 236. לאל ברוך לימוד ייתן למלך אלוקי המחדש בטובו בכל יום תמיד מעשה בראשית כאמור. לעושה אורים גדולים כלי להם חסדו אור חדש על ציון תאיר ונזכה כולנו מהרה לאורו ברוך אתה אדוני יוצר המאורות. אהבה, page 238. אהבה רבה אהבתנו עלינו. כי בשם קודשך הגדול והנורא בטחנו נגילה ונשמחה בישועתך. And at this time, we gather the four corners of our tzitzit on page 240 in preparation for the Shema, as we chant V'havi'enu l'shalom, which means bring us from the four corners of the earth. L'havi, it would be the he-feel form to bring. It's a causative action. From the root. What is the root in V'havi'enu? Does anybody know? It's interesting. That's one of my methodologies of teaching. So this, yeah, someone said it. Who said it? Oh, yes, you're correct. Bo. Bo, vo. Yeah. So you can pronounce it sometimes with a vet, or with a bet, but it's the spelling is bet aleph, meaning to come. And so this is one of my methodologies in teaching. And this is the secret, sort of a pre-secret to the taste of my theory on how in 9 months you'll be able to have understanding of the Siddur. You look for the root. Once you know the root becomes your friend. Once you memorize 200, 300, 400 roots, and really the most 100 roots are the most common, you'll be understanding the Siddur. It's that simple. It's that simple. So you can see the bet. First of all, someone has to know the alphabet. Then you have to be able to decipher how to read the vowels, okay? So that's a given. That's course 1. Course 2, you look and say, there's a vet there, there's an aleph. Yes, maybe if you don't even know, well, maybe it could be bet yud aleph or yud aleph. Now, most Hebrew roots have 3 letters. Occasionally, you'll have some that have 2. And occasionally, mostly from foreign languages, you'll have some that have 4, like telephone. So telephone is from a foreign language. Let's call it English for the time being. Okay, so they transliterate it into Hebrew letters, telephone, telephone. And so sometimes it's fun to hear, Israeli accents with saying the English words with different vowel sounds. It's always fun. This case, v'havi'enu, 2 letters, v'havi'enu l'shalom. Meaning, and this is the causative form, then God shall cause us to come from all the corners of the dispersed world, in essence, to back to Israel. והביאנו לשלום מארבע כנפות הארץ ותוליכנו לארצנו כי אל פועל השוט את עבדנו בחרת מכל בלשון וקירבתנו שמך הגדול סלע באמת להודות לך ולייחדך באהבה ברוך אתה אדוני הבוחר בעמו ישראל באהבה. Amen. Page 242, the Shema. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Leolam Va'ed Ve'ahavta et Adonai Elohecha Bechol Levavcha Uvechol Nafshecha Uvechol Me'adecha Ve'hayu Hadvarim Ha'ele Asher Anochi Matzavecha Hayom Al Levavecha V'shinantam Levanecha V'dibarta Bam V'shivtecha B'veitecha Uvlechtecha V'derech Uv'shochbecha Uv'kumecha Uv'kshartam Le'ot Al Yadecha V'hayu Totafot B'eineinecha Uv'chtavtam Al Mezuzot Beitecha Uv'yisharecha. We continue with the remaining paragraphs of the Shema, 244 through 236 individually. On 246, L'man tizkuru v'asitem kol mitzvotai, v'item kedushim le'Elohechem, ani Adonai Elohechem, asher hotzeiti etchem me'eretz Mitzrayim, li'od lachem le'Elohim, ani Adonai Elohechem, Adonai Elohechem, emet, emet. I'm going to interrupt here for 1 sec to give a stage note to Dan here. Last night I did receive a report from one of the online viewers that although they could hear me here inside, the people could hear me in the room, that the sound on the interface or on the stream was not strong. Do you have a way to increase that without making it too loud in the room?
They have a sound person who is not here.
Yes, yes. Oh, there is someone back there now. Oh, Jason. Okay, maybe Jason can do some magic. And maybe we could even have it a little louder in the room because I'm very hoarse today. I can feel a difference, so it would make it easier for me if I could have it a little louder. Yes. Yeah, no, I'm having a little vocal challenge today. More than one. Page 248. A glass of water without ice would be great. Thank you. I couldn't bring my own in today. That's maybe just a tad bit too loud, but thank you. That's a big help. Yeah, maybe just a tad bit too loud. Thank you so much. Ein Elohim zulatecha, Ezrat avotenu atau me'olam. Page 250. And since Jason is back there today and anyone else there with him, we thank you so much from Life Point Church to make this possible for us. We thank you very, very much. Our sincere gratitude to you and all of those who help with us with so many logistics. We are on page 250. We'll go through this page as sort of individual prayer for a moment. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. It looks so cloudy. I don't understand. Oh, it probably has sugar for, I'm sorry, can't have it. Just plain water without ice. Yeah, thank you so much. Well, I don't know, maybe on second thought the lemon would cut things.
I didn't drink from this. I opened it, but I didn't drink from it.
I'm so sorry. Let me see here.
I opened this, but I didn't drink from it.
Just actually some regular water would be best. Oh, great. If you can bring it up.
I didn't drink from
Thank
it.
you so
I
much.
just opened it.
Thank you. Okay, whoops, okay.
Right from the top.
Maybe you can just bring me, Mark, if you could just bring me an empty cup back then, please. Thank you so much. Yes. Filled to the brim there, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the lozenge. It will help here. Sorry for the slight delays, our listening audience. Page 252. Tilod Elyon Baruch Umvorach Moshe Bnei Israel Lechanu Shira B'Simcha Rabba V'Yamru Chulam Mi Chamocha B'Elim Adonai Mi Chamocha Nedar B'Kodesh Norat Hilot Osef Elem שירה חדשה שיבחו גלים לשמחה על שפת הים יחד כולם הודו והמליכו ואמרו אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד צור ישראל קומה בעזרת ישראל ופתחנו ממך יהודה וישראל גואלנו אדוני צבאות שמו קדוש ישראל Baruch at Adonai Gal Yisrael. So we are going to do the Heiche Kedusha form on page 255. We'll go through the Kedusha and then continue individually. Adonai Sfatai Tiftach Ufi Yagitecha. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu Elohei Avoteinu Elohei Avraham Elohei Yitzchak Elohei Yaakov אלוהי שרה, אלוהי רבקה, אלוהי רחל, ואלוהי לאה, האל הגדול, הגיבור והנורא, אל העליון, גומל חסדים טובים וקונה הכל, וזוכר חסדי אבות, ומביא גואל לבני בניהם למען שמו באהבה, מלך עוזר מושיע ומגן. ברוך אתה, אדוני, מגן אברהם, בעזרת שרה. אתה גיבור, לעולם אדוני מחיה מתים אתה רב להושיע. מכלכל חיים וחסד, מחיי מתים ברחמים רבים, סומך נופלים ורופא חולים, ומתיר אסורים, ומקיים אמונתו לשני עפר, מי כמוך בעל גבורות, ומדומה לך, מלך ממית ומחיה, ומצמיח ישועה, ונאמן אתה לחיות מתים, ברוך אתה אדוני מחיי המתים. נקדש את שמך. page 256. נקדש את שמך בעולם, כשם שמקדישים אותו בשמי מרום, ככתוב על יד נביאך, וקראת זה אל זה ויאמר, קדוש, 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 אדוני צבאות מלך על הארץ כבודו, אז בקורש גדול אדיר וחזק משמיעים קול, מתנשאים לעומת שרפים, לעומתם ישבח, לעומתם ברוך יאמרו, ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו, ממקומך מלכנו. Continuing with Einenu, Einenu tirena malchutecha kadavar amur b'shirei uzecha al yedei David Mashiach tzidkecha yimloch Adonai le'olam Elohai Tzion ledor vador hallelujah ledor vador legilgud lecha ulenetzach netzachim kedushatcha nagdish v'shivchacha Eloheinu mipinu lo yamush לעולם ועד, כי המלך הגדול הקדוש, אתה ברוך, אתה אדוני, Ha'el HaKadosh. We continue individually through the remainder of the Amidah. At this time, I'm going to continue with the Reader's Kaddish, which is found on page 268. Page 268. Oh, we saw. Yes, okay. Hopefully it won't be too bad there. It'll dry. Just water. Yeah, good. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you so much. יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה ועל מה דברה חירותי וימליך מלכותי וחייכון וביום יכון וחי לכל בית ישראל ועגלה וזמן קריב ואמרו אמן אמן יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעולם מעולמיה יתברך יתברך וישתבח ויפאר ולמען ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ותעלה השם את הקודשה בריחו לאלה מן כל ברכתה ושכחתה ושבחתה ונחמתה דמירן בעלמה ואמרו אמן, אמן. תתקבל סולחון ובדחון לכל ישראל, קדם אבון דבשמיא ואמרו אמן, אמן. יהי שלום רבי שמיא וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן, אמן. עושה שלום בברומיו הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן, אמן. So it's very interesting with the technology. Again, I want to thank Jason and those from Life Point Church who are helping to make this a matter of record and eternity. And actually, I have a very, very important message to share with you. And so it's really interesting that we have this technology now, that even though we're a very limited small group here this morning, nonetheless, this will be for eternity on YouTube and maybe the Facebook venue too, but I like the YouTube one even more. And so I think it's amazing what technology can do. Now, Mark Davids, as you know, is not with us here this morning, out of town, so normally he does the regular kind of Torah service. I'm going to take the rabbinic liberty here to share a rather extended message with you. That really I want to give credit here. There's a rabbinic teaching I'll teach as an introduction to the message. There's a rabbinic teaching that says, Omer Devar B'Shem Omro Mevi Geula Le'olam Haba, which means if you teach something in the name of someone who said it or created it, you bring redemption to the world to come. And it's really quite an interesting thought, because Usually you think, well, you're going to want to get credit for yourself. No, the idea is to give other people credit. And in so doing, demonstrate respect to them. And as a result of showing that respect, it brings a great communal benefit as well. So there's some things that I've come up with individually and I'll take credit for. And it's sort of exciting when that happens. And I think I usually will try and cover it by saying, I don't know, perhaps some other rabbi in history discovered this thought, but I don't know about it if they did, and here I'm sharing it with you now. Well, that's one approach. But this really today is what I want to share with you really directly from an essay here by Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sacks, who is the chief rabbi of the British Empire now. It used to be Hertz, Rabbi Hertz. And he was a great rabbi. And Rabbi Sacks, Jonathan Sacks, is equally on the same measure of generational brilliance, generational outstanding scholarship and insights, a generational leader. I've always enjoyed reading his works. I want to encourage you to go to his websites and you can look at some of the things themselves. And some of the things you'll see really merit a lot of discussion. So he wrote, in essence, an essay here, a drasha, on Parashat Noah, and I'm going to share it with you. And in so doing, really, we're going to say that there are some things I'm going to read directly from his words, and then I will take the liberty of also perhaps filling in a few gaps or explaining a few things in addition to what he says. Although this essay is really quite complete. It's just my remarks to fill in will be simply to elucidate in a little more detail some of these things. And believe it or not, his opening point, or his almost opening point, is something that I actually have covered for you with you before. So it won't be totally new, but this is a slightly different twist and a different light. So that having been said, let me just give us a small introduction here to the story of Noah. So God had created humankind, which he talks about here in this essay, and in one fashion, with one set of beliefs, namely in the goodness of man, things got really bad. People became corrupt, the earth had to be destroyed, and a new covenant was formed. And that is the essence of his distinction here that he talks about. The distinction between what was before, the type of arrangement that was before, and the outlook regarding human nature, human inclination, and what was post-Noah, which he definitely says is a new type of covenant, a new covenantal relationship that is encompassing not only of Jews, not for only Jews, but really for the entirety of humankind. To that degree and to that essence, it has a tremendous impact. It will never be outdated. It will never be partisan, one way or the other, as so many things are. These are general concepts that have specific ramifications, yes, but it will never be outdated, and as such, will always have meaning. So, the first essential question is the nature of humankind. I'm going to begin reading from his essay here, or his drasha. Are we naturally good or naturally bad? On this, great minds have argued for a long time. Indeed. Hobbes, now that was Thomas Hobbes. He's the one I quoted this to you before. Remember? But he has a different sentence that he's quoting from Hobbes. Hobbes believed that we have naturally a perpetual and restless desire of power after power that ceaseth, Old English, that ends, ceaseth only in death. We are bad, but governments and police can help limit the harm we do. Now, you remember, does anyone remember, well, let's make this a little interactive because we have a lot of material to cover. Does anyone remember the three-word description that Thomas Hobbes is usually associated with when describing the nature or the aspects of human nature or a life, the characterization of what life is for the human savage. Does anybody remember?
Toby's got it. No, you have the full quote. I don't have the full quote.
Well, just 3 words. Exactly. Nasty, brutish, and short. That's exactly correct. Nasty, brutish, and short. That was the way Thomas Hobbes viewed human beings if they were unfettered and in a natural environment. Think of cavemen clubbing each other in the head with clubs. Rousseau, now he says he doesn't name him in particular here, so I'm going to fill in. It's the French philosopher. I mentioned him to you before, Jean-Jacques. That was his name, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. And he believed in the concept of the noble savage. Rousseau, to the contrary, believed that naturally we are good, and it is society and institutions themselves that make us bad. In other words, the institutions themselves corrupt the good essence of human nature. Now, this is where Rabbi Sachs brings some of his brilliance. The argument continues today among the neo-Darwinians. Some believe that natural selection and the struggle for survival make us genetically hawks rather than doves. As Michael T. Giselin puts it, scratch an altruist and watch a hypocrite bleed. By contrast, the naturalist Franz de Waal, in a series of delightful books about primates, including his favorite, I don't know how you pronounce this particular primate, bonobos perhaps, that they can be empathetic, caring, and even altruistic. And so by nature are we. Now, he cites E. Hume, called this the fundamental divide between romantics and classicists throughout history. Romantics, he said, believed that man was by nature good, and that it was only bad laws and customs that had suppressed him. Again, the idea of like Rousseau. Remove all these, and the infinite possibilities of man would have a chance. Classicists believe the opposite, that man is an extraordinarily fixed and limited animal whose nature is absolutely constant. It is only by tradition and organization, and I'm going to say hard laws and fear of enforcement of those laws, that anything decent can be got out of it. So there you have your two contrasting, this is me now, your two contrasting poles, your two contrasting polarities of the nature of human life. The noble savage, or the person who is a nasty savage, giving life and society qualities of being nasty, brutish, and short. Okay. Now the brilliance of what Rabbi Sachs does is to relate this to Parshat Noah and to Judaism. So now he makes that transition. In Judaism, according to the sages, this was the argument between the angels when God consulted them as to whether he should create humans or not. The angels were the us in let us make mankind, which is quoted from Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. Then a midrash, a rabbinic interpretation, tells us that the angels of Chesed, which is grace, and Tzedek, righteousness, said, let him be created because humans do acts of kindness and righteousness. The angels of Shalom and Emet, of peace and truth, said, let him not be created because he tells lies and fights wars. What did God do? He created humans in any way and had faith that we would gradually become better and less destructive. That, in secular terms, is what Harvard neuroscientist Steven Pinker calls or argues to. Taken as a whole, and with obvious exceptions, we have become less violent over time. I believe that is Steven Pinker's view. So here's where I'm going to interject just a little personal. Someone asked me about a year ago, just in conversation, I met someone, and the person asked me, are you a romantic? Well, I should have really more precisely at that moment had the wherewithal to think more clearly and ask, well, what do they mean by romantic? Because I'm really not sure what that person meant. But I suppose that more rather than less, at least certainly more in my youth, I veered towards Jean-Jacques Rousseau. But I realized, you know, how some people are just obsessed with their own desires, their own selfishness, that it veered more towards Hobbes. And I was exposed to both of the philosophies in my teenage years. If someone were to ask me now, I would say I'm an equal blend of both. Giving my own point of view, I believe that we have the tremendous possibility for good. But there are also so many influences and pressures on everyone on the planet now to choose and to do evil. And sometimes, unfortunately, we are seeing now a manifestation of a relinquishing of enforcement in cases where people choose wrong, a manifestation of a lack of consequences, and that makes those who ascribe to the view that Hobbes shares even worse. So at this point, and I cannot agree with if it is Pinker. Pinker is brilliant. I've heard him speak, and he's written many books. He's very, very brilliant. I think he's Jewish, but I'm not sure. I can't agree that we become less violent over time. I really cannot. First of all, you have to look, and this is now me making my rabbinic interpretation of this aspect. You have to look at not, 10, 20, 30 years in human history. You have to look at our historical record going back for a couple thousand years. And then you could make if you just go back 100 years, you can make a very strong case that as technology is developed, we have increased our propensity towards evil for other peoples rather than decreased it. Namely, the atom bomb, it was used. Now, it was used to save our civilization as we understood, but nonetheless, it was used. And the Holocaust, an event of pure evil in and of itself. And then not just, okay, if we're talking about the Jewish Holocaust, that's one separate event. But we have to remember the historical record. I think I shared it once before. Hitler looked at what happened in 1918 to 21. Anybody remember here? The early 20s? Yes, the Armenian genocide. The world was silent. Turkey has not admitted complicit, has not taken full responsibility until really, and not even through the present. It's been shoved under the rug. Turkey has never had anything equivalent to the best of my knowledge. And my knowledge on this is limited, but nothing to the extent of reparations and full acknowledgement like was done eventually by the German government after the Holocaust. And survivors of the camps we did receive reparations and life stipends. I do not believe that that was done at all with the Armenian situation. As a matter of fact, there's still a lot of animosity that the Turks hold. So it's, you could look, Hitler saw the world did nothing, and he felt as a result of that, it gave him license to continue with the Holocaust. Then, Cambodia, 1.5 million skulls sitting in caves, right? And things in communist China as well, where you also had losses of life in the millions. And ongoing cases there. I'm not going to mention it right here. But in certain parts of that country, minorities are being suppressed. So the Torah suggests, going back to Rabbi Sachs, that we are both destructive and constructive, and evolutionary psychology tells us why. He says we are born to compete and cooperate. On the one hand, life is a competitive struggle for scarce resources, so we fight and kill. That's the competitive side. But on the other hand, we survive only by forming groups. Without habits of cooperation, altruism, and trust, we would have no groups and we would not survive. That is part of what the Torah means when it says, it is not good for man to be alone. So we are both aggressive and altruistic, aggressive to strangers and altruistic toward members of our own group. But the Torah, he says, is far too profound to leave it at the old joke of the rabbi who says, there was putting Fiddler on the Roof, right? Hearing both sides of a domestic argument, the rabbi tells the husband, "You're right." And he says to the wife, "You're right." And when his disciple says they can't both be right, he says, "You're also right." So the Torah states the problem, but it also supplies what he calls a non-obvious answer. This is the clue that helps us decode a very subtle argument running through last week's parasha and this one. Continuing with Rabbi Sachs. The basic structure of the story that begins with creation and ends with Noah is this. First, God created a universe of order. He then created human beings who created a universe of chaos. The land was filled with violence. That's the setting for the destruction of the flood, the destruction of the earth and the flood of this week's portion. So God, as it were, deleted creation by bringing a flood. So note that God was originally optimistic, more like Rousseau. And then he got disappointed, realizing that things were acting more like Hobbes, right? So he brought the flood, returning to earth as it was at the beginning, when, and it quotes from Genesis, "The earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God hovered over the waters." As I mentioned last night, as I was driving over Lake Jessup in the immense rain and torrential downpour, I had that feeling of the recreation. He then began again with Noah and his family as the new Adam and Eve and their children. So now here is a key point that I want to highlight because this is really crucial to his understanding here and his thesis. He says Genesis 8 through 9 is thus a kind of second version of Genesis 1 through 3 with two significant distinctions. The first is that in both accounts, a key word appears 7 times, but it's a different word. In Genesis, it's the word good. In Genesis 1, it's the word good. Later on with Noah in our chapter, it's the word covenant. The second is that in both cases, so now that was the first distinction. You had key words, but they were different words. And he says the second is, and he's referring to the second distinction, is that in both cases, references is made to the fact that humans are in the image of God. But again, the sentences have different implications. In Genesis 1, we're told that God created humanity in his own image, and the image of God, and he created them male and female. But in 9 says, whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed. In other words, there are consequences. Why? Because for in the image of God has God made humanity. So as you kill another human being, you're killing a reflection of God. So there need to be human consequences for that. So no longer can you rule with impunity, right? As he alludes to a little later in the article. You know, ruling over all the creatures in the earth, self-centered. It's now more communal. It has other implications. Reading the story closely, going on now with Rabbi Sachs, it seems that God created humans in the faith that they would naturally choose the right and the good. They would not need to eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Why? Interesting insight in that story. Why? Because instinct would lead them to believe or to behave as they should. Calculation, reflection, decision, all the things that we associate with knowledge would not be necessary. They would act intuitively, in essence. That's my introduction. They would act as God wanted them to act because they had been created in his image. Also then, with his qualities. It did not turn out that way. Adam and Eve sinned, Cain committed murder, and within a few generations, the world was reduced to chaos. That is when we read that the Lord saw how great the wickedness of the human race had become on the earth, and every inclination of the thoughts of the human heart was only evil all the time. So God regretted that he had made the initial creation. It grieved him. Everything was good except the humans who turned evil. So the answer, according to the Torah, is covenant. Here I want to quote him directly. Covenant introduces the idea of moral law. A moral law is not the same as a scientific law. Scientific laws are observed regularities in nature. This is extremely insightful, by the way. So the scientific laws are observed regularities in nature. Drop an object and it will fall. Now, I'm going to make a little interjection here. What do we say in our early morning psalms? What do we say? Nefesh kol chai, which means the soul of every living creature. Now, there's a big debate in the scientific community saying, is some of this life force even in what we would call inanimate objects? I mean, trees, for example, are living, right? They have living cells. But things that even are metal and wood and stone have atoms that are constantly in motion. And the question is, do those little particles have an infusion of God? Actually, the classical rabbinical answer is yes. The God's essence, his goodness, permeates the entire creation. So the discussion now, even in scientific, well, not, it's sort of that borderline between science and religion, you know. Is there an element of soul to those inanimate objects? It's an interesting question. But let's simplify it and just ask ourselves this simple question. From the way that we observe objects behaving in nature and inanimate objects as we relate to them, as opposed to living objects, living animals in particular, and living animals that can function on a higher level, do they have free will? Well, if you drop a stone and you ask it, do you think it wants to drop? Right? If you were to do that, it's an absurd question in a way. The stone does not have free will, at least as we conceive of it. The stone has to follow the laws of gravity, as our scientists have determined them to be. The stone does not have a choice not to fall. If you're holding a stone and you release it, it's going to fall because of Newton, right? And all those who discovered gravity. However, the moral law is a rule of conduct. Do not rob or steal or deceive. Scientific laws describe, whereas moral laws prescribe. Let me read those last two sentences. That's why Rabbi Sachs is so brilliant. He brings things down to just a pithy essence at times. A moral law is a rule of conduct. Do not rob or steal or deceive. Scientific laws describe, whereas moral laws prescribe. They tell us what to do or how to do it. Key distinction. When a natural event, and this, then using that, it's almost like you're building a. Do you remember your old geometry days? What did you do in geometry? Let me take a sip while someone's coming up with the answer. What was the concept of how you built theorems in geometry? Anybody remember? Yes, Greg.
Well, I remember in geometry, we had to memorize these theorems, and then it seemed like an interminable time later, we got to start applying them to problems, and we did a hyper jump to, trigonometry and stuff.
Okay.
I remember memorizing these postulates.
Oh, now wait a minute, momentito. We're gonna, that's for Armando, who, I don't know if he's listening, but momentito, just wait a second. You mentioned the word postulate. First you said you were required to memorize theorems. But in order to construct a theorem, what do you have to have first? And even before the postulates, what do you have to have? Axioms. Very good memory. You have to have the axioms, the first basic principles. On those you build the postulates, things that you think might be true. When you have a number of postulates that seem to be compatible with reality as you experience it in a mathematical, logistical framework, then you create your first theorem. Much later, then, can you apply the theorems to the problems. So, what we just read would be Rabbi Sachs' example of an axiom, a first principle, namely, that the moral law is a rule of conduct. Excuse me. Well, okay, but the first principle, scientific laws describe, whereas moral laws prescribe. That would be an axiom. That would be a primary axiom, based on the idea that the scientific law is initially formulated by your observation of nature, but moral law is something that's a rule that you're told to do or not do. Okay, so that's his axiom. Now he goes to a postulate. When a natural event does not accord with the current state of science, when it breaks the law, that is a sign that there is something wrong with the law, right? That's obvious. When you think of all the science classes you ever had, that's obvious. But it's not so obvious when you apply it to the moral law. So this is why it's so interesting. This is why as I'm going through this and teaching this and sharing it with you, I'm going to that first idea that we had. Scientific laws describe, whereas moral laws prescribe. We're taking that as an axiom. Now here comes a postulate. So when something breaks the law, it's a sign that there is something wrong with the law. That is why Newton's laws were replaced by those of Einstein, right? It makes sense. But here's his distinction. But when a human being breaks the law, when people rob or steal or deceive, the fault is not in the law, but in the deed. In other words, in the act and choice of the human beings, right? So we must keep the law and condemn and sometimes punish the deed. Now here's his postulate. Scientific laws allow us to predict. Moral laws help us decide. Scientific laws apply to entities without free will, like the stone dropping. Moral laws presuppose free will, like human beings have a choice. That is what makes humans qualitatively different from all other forms of life. And with sufficient audacity here, I would say that took those intermediate postulates and then elevated them now. If Rabbi Sachs will give me permission, I don't think he'll ever see this, but if he does, he'll give me permission to announce that as a theorem, that humans are qualitatively different then as a result of this from other forms of life. That brings us then continuing to his analysis. Doesn't it all make perfect sense, by the way? When you see that, it's just like laid out so beautifully. This is the genius of Rabbi Sachs. This is the genius of Rabbi Sachs. So according to the Torah, a new era, it gets better though, it gets much better. And I hope I'm keeping you here with me here, even for those watching online, sitting at home, because we're about halfway through. But the second half I think will even go a little faster maybe, but it gets better. It comes to an understanding of our whole entire human condition now, facing everyone on the planet. And so it has tremendous relevance to understand this. And I would suggest it's tremendously worthwhile to give ourselves the opportunity and the time and focus to really think about this in depth. It's worth not having a Torah reading to do this. The rabbis of ancient times, a little digression here again, sometimes in deciding to shorten off Torah verses or Torah reading itself, it was because they wanted to teach other aspects of Torah. That having been said, here we go. So according to the Torah, a new era began, centered not on the idea of natural goodness, but on the concept of covenant, that is, moral law. Civilization began in the move from what the Greeks called physis, nature, to nomos, law. Nomos. Think of Deuteronomy. Remember we talked about that once? What's the root of, we have several roots in Deuteronomy, the last book of the Bible. Deutero meaning second. I've taught this to you before. This is review. Deutero, Greek meaning second. What's the second root that we have in that? I just mentioned it to you. In that word Deuteronomy. You just heard it 20 seconds ago. Nomos. Nomos, meaning law. So the Deuteronomy is the second repeat. It's a recapitulation, the second hearing of the law, but with other insights. And as I did it, does anybody remember? I can't really call it. Well, I can call it my own innovation in the sense of my own particular choice of English words. Rabbis have said this through the centuries, but what is the word that I chose? Does anyone remember to characterize this second telling of the law? Do you remember? I used a particular word. I called it a recapitulation. But also, my insight was from a didactic perspective. You remember, it's hindsight. Moses has already experienced the wandering, and then he's telling the Israelites what happened, but not just factually, as we talked about the objective historians, but the subjective historians. Remember the sermon that I gave, perhaps, if some of you heard it, contrasting Clark and Trevelyan, right? Objective versus subjective views of history. So we move to nomos, continuing with Rabbi Sachs. That is what makes the concept of being, quote, in the image of God completely different. Now here he's coming back to it. He's bringing us back home. Completely different in Genesis 1 and Genesis 9. Genesis 1 is about nature and biology. We are in the image of God in the sense that we can think, speak, plan, choose, and dominate. That's Genesis 1. It's all good in its place. And I suppose you could not have Genesis 9. This is my addition now. You could say that Genesis 1 is the necessary prerequisite to Genesis 9. You have to have human beings in the first place who have capacities. You can't have Genesis 9 without Genesis 1. We have to have been created with capacities first. How were we created? We were created through God's love, as was everything else in the world. So you have to have Genesis 1. You can't have 9 without 1. Think of it, it doesn't make sense. How can you have laws without humans or people? You know what I'm saying? Well, other creatures maybe in the universe, have their laws. But what I'm saying, in the terms of our life as we know it, human life, you can't have human laws without people. You need people to construct laws. So you needed Genesis 1. But it was, this is me now, recapitulating some earlier philosophy. As in scientific philosophy analysis, there are two conditions, that of being necessary and that was sufficient. It was necessary, but it wasn't sufficient. In other words, it was not enough. We need 9 to complete 1. That's Rabbi Sachs's brilliance. We need 9 to complete 1. 9 would not be possible without 1. 9 would not be conceivable without 1. But without 9, what do you have? You have the generation of Noah, chaos, violence. So he said, to just read that sentence again, we are in leading to Genesis 9, we are in the image of God in the sense that we can think, speak, plan, choose, and dominate. That's Genesis 1. Now, Genesis 9, his second theorem, is about law. Other people are also in God's image. Therefore, we must respect them by banning murder and instituting justice. With this simple move, morality was born. Amazing. That's his second theorem then. What is the Torah telling us about morality? And here are the special insights. Special insights. First, that it is universal. The Torah places God's covenant with Noah and through him all humanity prior to his particular covenant with Abraham. Think about that. Before Jews, Abraham being the first Jew, before Jews, there was a covenant with humanity at large. Therefore, every human being is made in that covenant. Therefore, we have an obligation through Genesis 9 to respect as every human being, qua, that means as, like, as a human being. Do the Taliban do that as they're cutting off heads? Do other persecutions that are going on, do they do that? I'm going to have to mention the Uyghurs now in China. Yes, they're Muslim. But many of the observations that the people, they had uncles and aunts, they called them, visiting their homes. And they were required because, I don't want to go too far astray, but because that system is without God, without atheism, nothing of a religious symbolic nature makes any sense. It's nonsensical. It has no meaning. So things that would be equivalent to lighting candles in the Jewish tradition or keeping kosher or stuff like that, they were required to note all of these things down, you know, and to keep records of every aspect of observance. That doesn't make someone a terrorist. If they bow on their knees and pray, it doesn't make someone a terrorist. And we have to make that distinction, and we have to hold true to our values. And we have to remember that this law is, these concepts are universal. And it's not going to be outdated, and it should not be related to a political party. This is Torah, this is Rabbi Sachs talking about an insight into our Torah and the gift that we give to humanity, namely the first, that this first covenant of through Genesis 9 here, in that sense, regards to all humanity prior to the particular covenant with Abraham, and of course his later covenant with Abraham's descendants, that's us at Mount Sinai. So here he says now, our universal humanity precedes our religious differences. It bears repeating. It's written here in the original essay in italics. Our universal humanity precedes our religious differences. This is the truth we deeply need in the 21st century, when so much violence has been given religious, and I'm going to add political justification. Genesis tells us that our enemies are human too. As a matter of fact, in Jewish law, when you come back from a defensive war even, you give, you give rites of atonement and sacrifice, and you ask for forgiveness, because you advertently or inadvertently, you've needed to take life. So it's interesting. Continuing. This may be well the single most important contribution of monotheism to civilization. All societies, ancient and modern, have had some form of morality, but usually they concern only relations within the group. I need to make an interjection, again, for teaching purposes here. Within the group. So they concern themselves within their group, and the heck with everyone else on the outside. And that's why heads can be literally cut off still. Hostility to strangers is almost universal in both the animal and human kingdoms. Between strangers, power rules. Here's Hobbes. This is pure Hobbes. As the Athenians said to the Melians, the strong do what they want, while the weak do what they must. The idea, continuing with Rabbi Sachs, the idea that even the people not like us have rights, and that we should love the stranger, Deuteronomy 10:19, would have been considered utterly strange by most people at most times. It took the recognition that there was one God sovereign over all humanity. Now he quotes Malachi, the prophet Malachi, in chapter 2, do we not all have one Father? Did not one God create us? So it took the idea of one sovereign God to create the momentous breakthrough to the idea that there are moral universals among them. And notice how these universals are embodied in our founding documents of the United States. The sanctity of life, the pursuit of justice, and the rule of law. So that's the first point, that the Torah is telling us about morality, that it's universal. Then what is his second point? He says, second, God himself recognizes that we are not naturally good. Remember, he created us in the belief that we were. God, now he says, God had a little homework. He learned. After the flood, he says, I will never again curse the ground because of humankind, even though the inclination of their minds is evil from childhood on. That's now Genesis 8. The antidote to the Yetzer, the inclination to evil, is covenant. We now know, and this is again, I'm a fan club here. I'm a fan club of a strong one, at least, for Rabbi Sachs here today. Because look how now he so brilliantly brings in modern concerns, modern research, and it gets truly fascinating at this point. We now know the neuroscience behind this. Our brains contain a prefrontal cortex that evolved to allow humans to think and act reflexively, considering the consequences of their deeds. But this is slower and weaker than the amygdala, what Jewish mystics call the nefesh habehamit, the animal soul, which is sometimes in other aspects of biological discourse referred to as the reptile brain, the aspects of our neurosystems that are reptilian. And I'll tell you, if you look at some of these lizards around here, southern Florida, my gosh. If you could, you know, I have to bring a little bit of humor and a little lightness in this. So, do you remember when they made the movie about, they made the movie about the Ten Commandments there, the crossing of the Red Sea? Does anyone know the inside story of how they filmed with Charleston Heston? Remember that, the whole thing? Do you remember how they filmed? There's an exhibit on it at I think it's Universal Studios. There's an exhibit on how that was filmed. How did they film the crossing of the Red Sea, the water? How did they do it? They didn't have graphic technology like we do now with computer-generated technology. How did they film that? How did they film those waves crossing there? You know, coming. Remember that they were, they had the chariots and crossing over. How did they do it? Does anyone know? Well, it may have been. It may have been. They did it on a very small model. It's correct. Yes. And they built this very, very small model, and then they brought cameras up there and then magnified the images, right? So you see these reptiles, crawling around here, and my gosh, they come up to my window. They're fearless. They are fearless, and some of them are very, very brave. Let's use that word. Imagine blowing those up, right? What was the movie that you had where it was the reptiles running around, the dinosaurs? Jurassic. Yes, just blow them up, give them a little bit more intelligence. Let's not do that. I'm not saying that we should have enhanced genetic research going on for that. No, that would not be a good idea. We've had examples with one virus. We don't need another series of other species running around, with combined brains, more than they're doing already. If they're doing it, I don't know, but we don't need that. I'm not advocating it. I'm just imagine getting a blow up of those little lizards, right? So that's the reptilian brain. Going back to Rabbi Sachs then. This is the animal soul, which produces, even before we have had time to think, the fight or flight reactions without which humans before civilization would simply not have survived. So those parts of that part of it is very important. We need to be able to fight the lions, and in the days they had dinosaurs, fend them off. But that's the amygdala. That's the more primitive part. The prefrontal cortex is a little slower. Takes a little. Think of think of the Greek philosopher. Remember the statue of the Greek philosopher just sort of sitting, and he's got his hand. The classic, he's got his hand, and he's crossed his legs and got his hand on his chin like this. He's thinking, right? The problem is that these rapid reactions can be deeply destructive. He's talking to the amygdala part. Often they lead to violence, not only the violence between species, predator and prey, that is part of nature, but also to the more gratuitous violence that is the feature of the life of most social animals. Look what's going on right now in so many places. It is not that we only do evil. Empathy and compassion are as natural to us as are fear and aggression. The problem is that fear just lies just beneath the surface of human interaction, and this is so true, what he says now, and it can overwhelm all our other instincts. Daniel Goleman calls this an amygdala hijack. Emotions make us pay attention right now. This is urgent, and give us an immediate action plan without having to think twice. The emotional component involved very easily, or very early. Do I eat it, or does it eat me? Impulsive action is often destructive because it is undertaken without thought of consequences. That is why Maimonides argued that many of the laws of the Torah constitute a training in virtue by making us think before we act. Going on with Rabbi Sachs. So the Torah tells us that naturally we are neither good nor bad, but that we have capacity to both. And I have to say that's really that is the view that I embrace now. It's both Rousseau and Hobbes. They're both right. It's both romantic and classicist. They're both right. We have the capacities for both. We have a natural inclination to empathy and sympathy, but we have an even stronger instinct for fear, which can lead to violence. That is why in the move from Adam to Noah, the Torah shifts from nature to covenant, from tov, that is goodness, it was good that we were created, 7 times mentioned in Genesis, to brit, 7 times mentioned in this portion, the portion of Noah. And here's his brilliance, putting it down to the pithy remembering phrase, from power to the moral limits of power. Genes are not enough. We also need the moral law. Thank you, Rabbi Sachs. I don't know if Rabbi Sachs will ever be able to, or, why should he listen? Did he? You know something? I guess that was not in my forefront of knowledge, or I didn't realize that. So we'll affirm on a different level that maybe he is listening on some level. But, oh my goodness. So this was, I thought that he did these on a weekly basis, which he did. So evidently this is a reprint here then. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I did not realize that he died. Alav Shalom. Wow. Well, we are deeply, this is a good example of how we are so deeply indebted to those who have come before us in the Jewish tradition. Did you find this interesting, I hope? Yes, very insightful. Yes. And that goes back to the novel that we read with in junior high, that I read with our junior high literature teacher. Basically, we read the book Shane, who was a guy who carried a gun, and the idea was that as it was explained to us 8th graders by a brilliant teacher, who had excellent English, but he put it very simply for us, that the gun is only as good or as bad as the person using it, man or woman using it. Okay, so now that's getting into Hobbes. Yes, okay. Then it gets more specific, and then that's where we don't make this, we don't go into more details on the recorded message here that goes to all of the channels. So, if that's true, if there were no more guns, well, wait a minute. No, that's not true. If there were no more guns, then you would still have murder probably, but you wouldn't be buying guns because there wouldn't be any. But how to eliminate instantly, vaporize, the billions of guns in the planet, that's a different question. We won't get into that. We thank Rabbi Sachs here posthumously for his brilliance. May I ask what time it is right now? Oh, okay. Let me follow on since it's still actually not late in terms of a Jewish service, let me mention the Haftorah here. Let's do 5 minutes of Haftorah. Let me do 5 minutes of Haftorah with you. I'm going to read part of the Haftorah. I feel like motivated, like I'd like to do that here with us today. So let's take a 30-second break, and logistically, let's go and get, I want you to be able to follow. We'll get the Hertzko machine, or the Eitz Chaim.
Mark, Toby, and I have them.
Okay.
I've got one. So Morris needs one. Just Morris. Oh, and maybe
Well, good. You have it already. It's a beautiful Haftorah message, speaking about covenant, really, and relating Noah, but remembering God's promise to the Jewish people. So what I'd like to do is, we'll find the page for it first. The portion begins on page 41, but the Haftorah is on 65, exactly. Last night, for those of you who are here, I gave the Hebrew grammar, and a different rabbi corrected me on one of my early student pulpits. I was in error, and the first word, it's not the vowel ah, it's o, because you have in this particular case, this is a tricky. So remember last night I taught you the rule: if you have a closed, unstressed syllable, the ah changes to o. However, there's one little trick here. This is very tricky. That was why perhaps I was inclined to make an error as a student, maybe. But you notice the nun in the word roni has a dot. Once upon a time, do you remember the old song? 99 bottles up here on the wall, 99, take one down and pass that around, 98 bottles, right. So at one point, they had two nuns together. So what did they do? They took one away and put a dot in the second to have you remember the first nun. So in point of fact, it might have originally read something like Ronani or something like that. So we just say Ronani. Actually, you do give it, I think, a little vocals. Actually, no, now I'm getting at a level of, no one really makes a separate syllable sound for that, I don't think. Roni akara is the way it's pronounced. But that dot in the nun lets you know that once upon a time, in ancient Hebrew days, in a faraway place, in a distant land, there were two nuns side by side. And so one got taken away, and to remember it, so it shouldn't be lost for all grammatical history of etymology and root origins, we put a little dot there. And basically the whole Haftorah message is a message but of promise from God, of blessing, of remaining with us, of honoring the covenant. And I'm going to just, I went over the entire Haftorah, but I'm just going to go over, there's so many beautiful verses. I remember teaching a student this Haftorah for her bat mitzvah. It's just beautiful. The whole Haftorah is beautiful. But I'm just going to be sort of picking and choosing. It's hard to leave some out. Like it's page 66, they're all beautiful, they're all wonderful verses. So I'm going to have to do probably most of page 66. Let's see what we can do here. So, I want to point something out in the commentary that you can study this later at your leisure. But there are linguistic, you could say, nuances of levels of meaning that are found. In many ways, the Haftorah acts as a commentary to the Torah portion. And so, for example, look at page 65, second paragraph. Another version of the divine oath adds additional dimension. And in it, God swears. Now he's quoting Genesis. Never again, and using the language lo, which means no, and then od, not again, will I doom the earth because of man since the beginning. We in Rabbi Sachs' sermon, we had this. Never again will I doom the earth because of man, since the devisings of man's mind are evil from his youth. And then never will I again destroy every living being. So, in the Haftorah here, it's the idea as that we will never again will God desert the Jewish people, and so here I'm going to read what our text says. According to the prophet, he's referring now to Isaiah. According to the prophet, the divine oath of restraint is not justified by this realization of the human propensity for evil. So that was God's realization. Even though you're evil, I'm still not going to destroy you, right? Now we move to a different level. Rather, it is motivated by the return of God's love to his creatures and the decision to transform that love into an everlasting covenant. And just like the prophet Hosea, who embraced his wayward wife, symbolically is coming back to him as he envisioned God embracing the Jewish people after the sin. The idea is the idea is parallel here. The idea is parallel. And so, with that having been said, and of course, let me highlight page 66, verse 7 here in English. And verse 6, starting with 6, that exact idea. The Lord has called you back as a wife forlorn and forsaken. Can one cast off the wife of his youth, said your God? So for a little while I forsook you, but with vast love I will bring you back. In slight anger for a moment I hid my face from you, but with kindness everlasting will I take you back in love, said the Lord. Now, by the way, so I want to point out something that the commentary said. Look at verse 6, the last two words in the Hebrew, Amar Elohai, in English, said your God. But then what do we have? We have an elevation in the next one. Amar Goalech Adonai, said back your Redeemer. And then go down to verse 10. So the natural world may alter, the mountains might shake, there might be earthquakes, but my loyalty is never going to depart from you, nor my covenant. The word covenant. So this is, again, this is a commentary on Noah. But this is a covenant now, not just for lack of destruction. What is it a covenant of? In verse 10, at the end. Friendship, yes, I didn't hear. Yeah, you were correct, I just didn't hear correctly. Friendship is correct. Friendship through love. Exactly. Uvrit shlomi lo tamut. It will, my covenant of friendship will not die. That's what it means literally, right? Yeah, I like my translation better. It says, nor my covenant of friendship be shaken. No, that's not, in my opinion, Rabbi David Barnett's opinion, that is not a good translation. I'll tell you why. I don't like that translation, not be shaken. It's not bad English, but I don't like the translation, and I'll tell you why. I don't think it does justice to Isaiah's concept here. Something could be shaken. God may punish the people for a short time, forsake us momentarily. But our faith needs to be grounded in the fact that love will never be dead, that it will always be there with us. So even if apparently, see what happens if you say it's not shaken, and then suddenly you get shaken, right? God doesn't save 6 million Jews in the Holocaust. Does that, for many, they did lose faith. But does that mean you lose faith? No. So the word shaken here doesn't do justice, in my opinion, to the underlying beautiful, strong idea of Isaiah, right? That the love will never die. It will always, if it's not dead, then therefore it's alive, right? If it's not dead, it's always going to be alive. Therefore, that love of God for us will be there, just like the love of a parent for a child, even if the child strays. So that's why I, in my name, will simply say that I don't think that's the best. I don't think it's the optimal translation. It changes the word. Yes, I'm not going to. There were very brilliant rabbis and editors who very judiciously tried to. Well, actually, that's interesting. I don't know if this was that word "shaken" was taken from a previous biblical translation, or if in fact it was the editors of this volume who changed that. Either way, I think you're correct. But now I'm not going to say it's wrong. What I'm going to say is it's certainly not optimal. I don't think it does justice to the underlying meaning. I think it weakens the idea, right? To the believer, it poses an unnecessary challenge. To the believer who wants to believe that literally, right? And if you believe that the translation is that your faith won't be shaken, and then it's shaken, then it allows you to, then you have to go back and question earlier first principles. But if you recognize that it's an everlasting covenant that is alive, that does not die, if you have a setback, you don't question your original axioms. Getting a lot of mileage out of that word here today. Axioms, the first, and postulates, first principles of faith. And I know sometimes he's watching diligently. Pastor Bob, if you're listening to that, that's directly apropos to our discussions. So I'd like to say the blessing before, do a little haftorah. Page 326. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar b'nbiim tovim v'ratzav v'divreihem hanemarim be'emet. Baruch atah Adonai abocher b'torah u'Moshe avdo u'Yisrael amo u'b'nbiei Hamet v'tzedek. So I'll be announcing the verses as I go on here, or if I just continue, then I won't have to announce them. Roni akara lo yalada b'tzchirina v'tzali lo chala. כי רבים בני שוממה מבני גאולה אמר אדוני הרחיבי מקום הולך וריבות משכנותייך יתו אל תחסוכי הריחי מיתרייך ותדותייך חזקי כי ימין ושמאל תפרוצי, וזרעך גויים ירש, וערים נשמות יושיבו. אל תראי כי לא תבושי, ואל תקלמי כי לא תחפירי, כי בושת אלומייך תשכחי, וחרפת אלמנותייך לא תזכרי עוד. כי יבוא עלייך עושייך, אדוני צבאות שמו, וגואלך קדוש ישראל, אלוהי כל הארץ יקרא. כי חישה עזובה, ועצובת רוח, קרח אדוני, ושת נעורים, כי תימאס אמר אלוהיך. ברגע קטון עזבתיך, וברחמים גדולים אקבצך, בשצף קצף. הסתרתי פני רגע ממך, ובחסד עולם ריחמתיך, אמר גאולך אדוני. כי מנוח זאת לי, אשר נשבעתי, מעבור מנוח עוד על הארץ, כן נשבעתי מקצוף עלייך ומגער בך. כי ההרים ימושו והגבעות תמותנה, וחסדי מתך לא ימוש, וברית שלומי לא תמות, אמר מרחמך אדוני. אני אסורה לא נוחמה, הנה אנוכי מרביץ בפוך אבנייך, וסידתיך בספירים. A famous, I'm going to go down to skip one verse, go to 13. Very famous verse. V'chol banaich limudei Adonai v'rav shalom banaich mitzdaka tikonani rachaki meoshek ki lo tirai umimchita lo tikrav elaich. And now we're going to go to verse 17. Kol kli yutzar alaich lo yitzlach v'chol lashon takum itach lemishpat tarshi zod nachalat Avdei Adonai v'tzidkatam meiti ne'um Adonai. In chapter 55 here, he entrusts us in the beginning verses here to set correct priorities. Hoi kol tzameh lechu lamayim Vasher ein lo kasef lechu shivru vecholu uchlu shivru velo chesef velo mechir yain v'chalav lama tishkelu chesef velo lechem v'giachem velo l'sov'a shim'u shamua elai v'ichlu tov v'tit anag b'deshe nafshechem hatu odnechem ulechu elai shim'u utechi nafshechem v'echrata lachem brit olam chasdei David hanemanim hen et leumim netativ nagid umetzavel leumim hen goy lo teda tikra v'goy lo yedaucha elecha yarutzu lema'an Adonai Elohayich v'lichtosh Yisrael ki fe'arach. Beautiful Haftorah. Profound. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam tzur kol haolamim tzadik v'kol dorot האל הנאמן האומר ועושה המדבר ומקיים שכל דבריו אמת וצדק נאמן אתה הוא אדוני אלוהינו ונאמנים דבריך ודבר אחד מדבריך אך עוד לא ישוב ריקם כי אל מלך נאמן ורחמן אתה ברוך אתה אדוני האל הנאמן בכל דרכיו בכל דבריו רחם על ציון כי הבאת חיינו ולעלוות נפש תושיע במהרה בימינו ברוך אתה אדוני משמח ציון בבניה שמחנו אדוני אלוהינו ואליהו הנביא עבדך ובמלכות בית דוד משיחך במהרה יבוא ויגל ליבנו על כיסאו לא ישב זר ולא ינחלו עוד אחרים את כבודו כי בשם קודשך נשבעת לו שלא יכבה נירו לעולם ועד Baruch atah Adonai Magen David על התורה ועל העבודה ועל הדין ועל יום השבת הזה שנתת לנו אדוני אלוהינו לקדושה ולמנוחה לכבוד ולתפארת על הכל אדוני אלוהינו אנחנו מודים לך ומברכים אותך יתברך שמך בפי כל חי תמיד ימלוך לעולם ועד ברוך אתה אדוני מקדש השבת Amen. I just felt that I really wanted to include that in our service today, and I hope that I hope you liked it. I hope you appreciate Each week has a new Haftorah. 2 weeks later, to come back and do that one just didn't seem to make any sense. So, I'm going to, at this time, without doing the song, take rabbinic liberty just to read the Misha Berach list, and then we'll go around and ask if you have others. Henry Birch, Teresa Kalla, Gail Clover, Emilia Cooley, Audrey Dash, Bruce Dash, Gordon Feinberg, Donald Ingram, Alan Jacobs, Rita Kendall, Norman Levin, Steve Lifshin, Dome Salfi, Loretta Scher, Harleen Shriek, Leslie Schulsinger, Izzy Sigmund, Saul Stein, Bill Thompson, Peter Teitelbaum, Nancy Town, Herb Weissman, Katerina Williams, Label Ben Margolit, Liebe Shlomit Rachel Bat Margolit, Feivel Shlomo Ben Devora, Israel Ben Etel, Avram Ben Benjamin, and Gila Yafa Bat Bele. Let's start with on this side, Mark. I'm sorry, Dan. Any? Okay, I saw Mark Davidson there. Okay, none for Dan. Let's start with in the back. Any? I think you have some in the back. Thank you so much. Yes, Tony. Okay, any others? Okay. Any others? Okay, I'm going to add a few. Rachel Sarah bat Leah, Devorah bat Sarah v'Yosefina, Devorah bat Yosefina v'Sarah. Actually, I want to say that Devorah bat Yosefina Sarah, with the way I've been saying that. And then Jeff Wayne. Any others that we would add? Okay. So I am going to, for the sake of our I'm having a rabbinic dialogue in my inner thoughts here. I think I'm going to suggest that this morning we'll take a bold step and go directly to the Aleinu, page 402, if that would be okay. Page 402, let's go to the Aleinu. Aleinu shabeach l'adon hakol, latet gedula liotze b'reishit, shelo asanu k'goyei ha'aratzot, velo samanu כמשפחות האדמה, שלא שם חלקנו כהם, וגורלנו ככל המונם, ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים, הקדוש ברוך הוא, שהוא נוטה שמיים ויוסד הארץ, ומשב קרוב השמיים ממעל, ושכינתו זו, בגבי מרומים, הוא אלוהינו, אין עוד, אמת מלכנו, אפס זולתו, ככתוב בתורתו, ודעת היום, וישב אותה אל לבבך, כי אדוני הוא האלוהים, בשמיים ממעל, ועל הארץ, מתחת אין עוד, ונאמר, והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ, ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד, ושמו echad. And please be seated. Do we have a list of Yartzeit? Okay. Great.
This week, we remember the Yartzeits of Bert Ruskin, cousin of Norman Levin.
Actually, excuse me, come to the mic for that, so that the names will be heard.
Okay, the yahrzeits we observed this week are Bert Rufkin, cousin of Norman Levin, Marvin Kornick, brother of Bernice Davids, Yanko ben Hayim Yehuda, father of Dan Solomon Cohen, Natalie Feld, mother of Deborah Davids, and Jack Klein, father-in-law of Barbara Klein.
Thank you so much. Any other names to add? Any other names that we would add? Okay. Then for those reciting Kaddish, and I always lead it even if there's no one present physically, I always do say it and lead it here. So that's page 410. For those, anyone who does wish to, I specifically have in mind those for whom we don't have the names and dates who perished in the Holocaust. So it's certain that there was someone's yahrzeit who may be unmentioned that I'd like to honor. Page 410, then Yitkadal v'yitkadash Shemei Rabbah. Be'alma divra chirutei v'yamlich malchutei b'chayechon v'yomechon v'chayei dechol Beit Yisrael ba'agala uvizman kariv v'imru amen. Yehi Shmei Rabbah mevorach leolam ulemei olmaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpo'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh. V'yitadar v'yit'aleh v'yithalal shemedekudesha b'richu. Le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata. Tushbechata v'nechemata. Da'amiran be'alma v'imru amen. Yehi shlamar Rabbah min shemaya v'chayim. Aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Oseh shalom b'imru mav. Hu ya'aseh shalom. Aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. May God grant comfort to all of us who mourn, and may the memory of those for whom we mourn remain among us as a loving, living, and inspiring benediction. And we can say, Amen. Interesting. I just had a little, I was having a little rabbinic inner grammatical dialogue with myself. Because if you say the word life, it's chayim. But then I noticed that I said v'chayim aleinu, because you say v'chayim tovim. You don't say v'chayim tovim, you say v'chayim tovim. So there's sometimes a little different ways you say certain words, depending upon if it has a construct or a word after it. I just happened to notice that. Okay, that having been said, do we have any announcements? Any regular presidential announcements?
Shabbat Shalom. Let me see. Well, thank just about every one of you who is here to assemble the sukkah and disassemble it. That was very helpful. We have a quiet month. In fact, this week is fine. Other than Book and Movie Club, there is not much going on. Other than, please be here for services next Friday evening at 7:30. Shabbat. Oh, and I need help putting the chairs back at the end. Okay. All right. Shabbat Shalom.
Thank Morris again for beginning our services. Thank you so much, Morris. I appreciate that. Did a great job from the part I heard, so thank you. On page 412, I'm going to again suggest that we'll take some liberties here and do the first stanza and then the last stanza. And that is because, for those who were tuned in earlier, we had a very extensive teaching featuring the teaching there. It's available online. Of the late Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs, of his commentary to Parashat Noah. A great leader, a great scholar, and I hope you enjoyed listening to that. And I guess because there's a lot of material in there, if you really, if you wanted to listen to it again, it'll be available, God willing. Page 412. Adon olam asher malach b'terem kol yitzir nivra leit nasa b'chefzo kol azay melech shemo nikra b'yado avkid ruchi beit ishan ve'ahira v'im ruchi gviati Adonai li v'lo yira. So I also want to thank Greg for the lozenge there. That really helped, especially in the last notes here. Shabbat shalom to everyone, and stay safe. Azai melech shemo nikra ve'achare kichlot hakol ulevodo yimloch nora v'hu haya v'hu hove v'hu iye b'tiv ara ve'ein sheni להמשיך לו להכבירה בלי ראשית בלי תכלית ולא העוז והמזרע. So Greg, I'll tell you what, I certainly trusted you. It was full. I did not drink from the bottle. So I poured it. So you can have the rest.
They sell them and they're packed up, so before I get in the building, I'm always opening it up, so I'm not spilling all over the...
I spilled some on the carpet anyway, but it's not going to stain them, I don't think. So thank you so much. Oh, and the lozenge tremendously helped at that time. Oh my gosh.
Let me see. Sherry, help me. Well, you know what? I just stack them over there.
They have little things under the seats.
Yeah. They're falling out.
And Dan, logistically, I'm just going to go put my things in my car and then I will be back. I shall return, that's right.
stage, if that makes sense. So that way, no one's really to their back. change